Hello.
Oh gosh, I clicked it. Oh no. Are
Okay.
you ready?
Yeah.
Good, because I clicked it.
Yeah. No, I could tell you said that several times.
Sorry.
Fine.
Just that, I clicked it.
Okay.
Look, it's the final. It's the final part.
Final.
Final. Trial part 2. Actually, the final part's actually trial part 3, I think. But,
Oh, so it's not the final part. You
no.
lied.
Yeah, but we're gonna finish it, right?
I mean, we did start quite late, but hopefully.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're jumping right into it.
Nice. I forgot the voice I changed him to.
Yeah,
It's been a while.
it's been too long.
Before we begin today, I just know it was deeper, so I'm just going to do a deep. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. It was nothing like that.
Probably not, no.
As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will... His fucking unicorn cane. You will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
How come he didn't have the unicorn cane the whole time?
Because he wasn't being a judge. It's his judging cane.
Why is he using a unicorn as a gavel?
Maybe he's Scottish.
Is that what they do in Scott?
No. We don't actually have gavels at all in England.
Oh, yeah.
Or Wales or Scotland. That's just not a thing.
Weird. Yeah, you should start having them.
No, we really shouldn't.
Or not.
No need.
Are you kidding me? It's psychotic!
If you're American...
Yeah, and how much American television is shown over there? How much American movies?
A lot, which is why people think we have gavels when we don't. You lawyers should start wearing funny wigs and big robes. It's, it's iconic. They're
No.
incredibly uncomfortable, I hear.
Anyway, resolve. Yes, that's my intention.
That's why they stopped wearing them in the colonies. Because of the unbearable weather.
Oh, shit. My lord, if I may inquire.
The defendant may speak.
On what grounds is Cosmo Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor?
Because I bloody well said so.
He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution.
I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
You did what?
In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. And this is definitely grounds for appeal. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day.
Cosmo?
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
I like how Cosmo is literally the only person in this courtroom who still thinks Van Zieks is the Reaper and not Gregson.
Yeah.
Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. It's still the same day. No, it's not. Forgot.
No,
It's
a
not.
different day.
Yeah. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume?
Fuck no! Get him out of here! I want Van Zeeks to prosecute himself. You know what? No. No, actually. My lord, I don't find this acceptable. I want to see the third prosecutor you guys have here. Who is the third one?
Bring out your ouchie equivalent. I must see him.
I'm just... Yeah, I don't... nothing in particular really got me thinking about it, but it really just hit me that there were only 2 female prosecutors in the entire series, and only one of them appeared in more than one case.
Damn, that's crazy.
Although, no, I think there was one in Latent Crossover. I don't remember how the final case of Latent Crossover went. I think it was a few visitor there.
Well, fun fact, did you know it would be 22 years from the date this game is set before the first woman ever qualified as a form of lawyer? Because they weren't legally allowed to before then.
Iris could, though. I bet.
What, sorry?
Iris?
Oh, yeah.
She's 10. She's not a woman. She's a girl.
True. Oh, right, this is my line. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen... That's how you say it. Say Queen.
Like,
No, that's actually very disrespectful. I hereby declare this court to be in session again. I don't respect the Queen, though. I'm a Republican. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zeeks.
the defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready. Alright. Fucking one-upmanship. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin! As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seshiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
Oh yeah. And last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for that Steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. I wonder if Jigoku's going to be the final witness. We're just gonna cross-examine Jigoku for the rest of the game.
Maybe. Witness, state your... I think not. I think there's going to be like a twist. Ooh, a twist. Like another twist, you know? State your name and occupation for the record.
I mean...
So there's going to be 5 more people introduced, because there's 5 spaces.
Oh, true! I guess we could maybe get him on the stand. Maybe?
Maybe. Well, that's what I meant by a twist. I think it's going to be like a twist, and it's going to be like more people.
More people introduced, but it's really late. It's really late to introducing a new...
Maybe it won't be a twist where it's more people, but it'll be a twist in those street people come back on the stand. Or Gory has to go on the stand. I think Gory...
Gory could come up on a stand, yeah.
That's not a bad shout.
I feel like we're done with this with the street people, though.
Yeah, but they've got question marks still.
You bring Tobias Gregson up on the stand.
Oh, what if Shones has to come on the stand?
Oh,
There's
maybe.
more shit with Shones. Ooh, spooky. Anyway, ha. So it was you who issued this, was it? I like how we've been reduced I do all these like exciting voices throughout this like gameplay, and we've now reduced to the 3 characters where my voices are my voice but high pitch, and my voice but low pitch. Thanks, game. Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Ha ha! Well, look what the young man has become. Like, honestly, coming out, it sounds exactly the same to me. I hope they sound different, but
I think they sound the same.
yeah. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. I suppose I could add gravel. Gravel to Strongheart, and that distinguishes him.
I wonder if we're going to see Jigoku break the witness stand again.
Ooh, maybe. My name is Seshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. 6 years is a long time for a study abroad. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. Do you have your eyes closed?
No?
Your model does. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
My model's kind of freaking out.
Yeah, I could tell, which is why I asked.
Yeah, I'm waving my hand in front of my face.
Oh. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Chichigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You judged me not guilty. You acquitted me yourself. Now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
Damn, he really doesn't like us.
Well, I don't think he wants to be here.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. Then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. No, he didn't. No airplanes yet.
Oh. Flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Also, I think there are aeroplanes by 1900. I know the right... Also, even if there aren't aeroplanes, there are definitely flying machines, because there was a whole case where we just dealt with them.
Oh yeah, hot air balloons.
Yeah.
When were the Wright brothers?
I want to say 1911? I'll look it up. But the Wright brothers weren't like the first plane per se.
I know.
It was like the first of a type of plane.
And explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Oh shit! Okay, no, it was 1903.
Oh, we're just on the cusp of the Wright brothers.
Yeah. Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely was when I was an invited guest, may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. 1911, that's what I was thinking of. It was the first transcontinental flight.
That was quick.
Well, it was transcontinental, but there was also, like, stops in between. It wasn't until 1923 where it was the first non-stop transcontinental flight.
Still really quick.
I mean, Yeah, but like once a plane can fly, you can make a stopping transcontinental fly. Like you're just crossing the continent. You've already got the flying part.
I
So
guess.
land as much as you want.
I'm
It took
still,
them like literally weeks. Like it took.
it's still impressive.
I mean,
The rate at which technology advances? Just a century? Incredible.
I mean, a century? Where did you get a century from?
Just from 1900s to now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're not saying that this flight was impressive. You're saying what we have now is impressive. I'll agree with you there. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't unimpressive, but like I'm much more impressed by the first non-stop one. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right, and you, Judge Goku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. We do?
We do? Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Oh, the resolve! I get it. Like his resolve, like from the title. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Shishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Telegram from Japan, duh.
That'll do it.
Yeah, this is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Oh, he's mad.
You little... Okay, from that slam, his breakdown is definitely going to involve breaking the thing again, I bet. I'm putting that out there now. I really hope it is. Where did you get that?
What if Jigoku was the real professor?
Maybe.
In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list?
This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No. A year ago in... I'm gonna just assume that this is him still. A year ago in Tokyo.
No, that's probably me. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life
Oh, no, yeah, it would be.
was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital.
I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, the culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. The real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer present on a mission from Great Britain.
Yeah, I hate it.
A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. A. Asogi and T. Gregson, one assassin from each country, to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These two cases of murder, one took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. The telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What? What?
Telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you.
Judge Jigoku? What's this all about?
And you, Kazuma, you lied.
Oh no, he didn't say anything.
He didn't? Okay, good. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. The mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, a detective inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. But actually, I didn't lie.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Ah, okay. I just thought my mic hadn't picked it up or something.
I was just reading something cute.
Oh, nice. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday.
It's true, I noticed that, but I didn't say anything.
Oh, I should have said something.
I should have, but I noticed it after we were gone.
I should have said it right at the start of the stream.
Yeah.
The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
You deliberately avoided saying a name?
The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange? I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
Silence. Only goes to prove his guilt. That's not how that works.
Well, we don't have the Fifth Amendment here, so kind of is.
Oh. You should get on that. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you into contempt of court.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true, actually. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now! His voice is cracked. As you wish, my lord. Witness testimony. The assassin exchange. I don't know why I read those bits out, but I did. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now.
Dude, is everyone just a criminal?
Yeah. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study, to coerce someone to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his saw to that British inspector, you know.
Can you imagine? This feels like if, like, the Ace Attorney, like the original Ace Attorney judge, like, was a criminal mastermind. Almost.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels so wrong. It feels so off, and it's such a unique feeling that I've never felt in an Ace Attorney game before. You know?
Yeah.
Oh
Because
my...
the police are corrupt as shit, but law is to be the good guys.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
He's so menacing now!
I know, right?
Kazuma-sama?
Maybe I'll have to give him a more evil voice.
Judge Goku, if you are the mastermind behind this Operation Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody.
I've killed nobody. Oh, I just realized.
What is the name of the victim?
I read something yesterday about, like, you know how Cosmo's always like, a man's sword is his soul.
Yeah.
Right? And now his sword is broken. He's like sacrificed his soul to do his goal or whatever. Symbolism.
You probably shouldn't read stuff like that until you actually finish the game, in case there's spoilers.
True, but I was watching a playthrough of like the part we've already done.
No, that's fine. Then.
And
That's different.
I don't know if someone commented on the video a spoiler, and they wouldn't have gotten deleted by that channel's moderator.
Hopefully. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. So you see, I'm not guilty of murder, I'm only guilty of conspiracy to commit murder.
Nice.
In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this.
No.
That's not what I meant to do.
That's Waluigi.
That is Waluigi. Ah! The crucial point is this. There we go. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
Kinda sound like David Mitchell.
Huh.
Can you do a David Mitchell impression for Jigoku?
Not intentionally, apparently. I'll try. It will sound a lot less like David Mitchell if I actually try, but we'll see what happens. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
God, you are determined, aren't you?
I mean, it's kind of his job.
Yeah.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
You know who else is high-ranking enough to execute this plan?
Oh. I think that's what we're about to go into. Okay.
I think it's Beric Van Zeeks. I think Cosmo's right. Cosmo.
Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Is that any good? Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson.
Kind of like the pre-evil voices for these two characters more.
Yes, so do I. Did I say this line?
No.
Oh. Okay, well, I've got a chance. Okay. Redemption shot. Okay. Is this the defense clear on that?
Is this the defense?
Is this the defense?
Nice.
I'm just gonna go back to the gravelly voice.
No, that was good.
Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
That's good. That's good. That's a good one.
They all sound the same to me.
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Well, apparently all my voices sound the same, even though they sound different to me, so... I listen back to our video, our VODs, and I'm like, wow, my voice really does not change at all between characters.
It changes enough where it's recognizable, I think.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
What? Surely not.
I thought it was a joke I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then... It was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but... assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. How's that? That's different. That's fresh.
Yeah.
An agreement to send... I don't fucking know. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. See, that's evil.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
I've already forgotten what I switched to for him that was apparently better.
It's sort of like the original voice, but like more forceful, more shouty a bit.
Okay, so I just talk but shout. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings.
There you go.
Oh, that? Okay.
Yeah.
I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Chikoku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Isogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Yeah.
Hold it!
Why Cosmo? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and, in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Are you just not going to read it?
Oh, my bad. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
Why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you?
Judge Shigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain, himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. I've lost it again. That's different. That's different to what I was just doing. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting a Sogi. There we go. That's closer. There.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January. Awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Oh my goodness!
Damn.
Wait, but isn't he the one that broke into the office?
Yeah.
He's just playing both sides.
Yeah.
Damn.
Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all, unless this Cosmo's a ghost. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. What if the only reason Cosmo brought us with him is to act as his scapegoat? Just like Jigoku did with his father!
Oh, plot twist.
Dun dun dun.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because... that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as the Soviet's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen.
So if he's a ghost, then I guess I gotta do it like this. Months later, my memory returned. Oh, well, I'm not gonna do that for any other line.
True.
One joke. But I'd never intended to go through the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I'm no Genshin Asogi. His father's a murderer. Unless he's not, of course. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Do we have chicken stroganoff in our profiles?
I don't know. I would check the profiles for that.
We don't.
Oh,
He's gonna be the next witness.
I guess.
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman as well, I think is what he said.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, myself. Crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for... The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it.
Hold it!
The crewman was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that some crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them would have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is, of course, the quietest, also. Don't imagine for a moment that it's got anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. Oh!
Oh my
okay.
god. This is like... I don't know, I keep getting blown away by how much of an asshole he is.
Yeah. What a dick.
Like... Ace Attorney's no stranger to characters who look kind but are actually assholes, right?
Yeah, no,
but like,
absolutely.
Something's different about Jigoku. It just feels different, you know?
What if he's not bad at all and he's just pretending to be bad to protect someone?
Maybe. I didn't mean. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What? What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Ugh, that's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me.
What, Chicken Stroganoff's not coming to the stand?
Oh, sad. Oh, unless Makotobura and Sholm's been at work and they're like, aha, well, we got him to come anyway. Get wrecked, Jigoku. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very, very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. That's not what I was doing. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. That was too back in my throat.
I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. Unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear, it's harder to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean, Judge Jigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, the most obvious place for a contradiction is if there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. That just makes sense. Oh! The evacuation drill notice. Crew members would have assembled on the main. Yeah, there was a period of time where the crewmen were not positioned where they were supposed to be.
Right, so that'll be the previous statement about a crewman being outside his door at all times.
Yeah.
Got him. We fucking got him. What a
Yes, as the
fucking
court has
clown.
heard, was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we could be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice for a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again?
According to this itinerary, at After leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their post?
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Shigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
The music. Also, a 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. That's not an objection. Oh, okay, there we go. But it amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel?
Oops.
Have you just sort of forgot what we do here?
No, I was trying to get the whole thing up at once.
Oh, okay.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. We do!
Oh, okay. I'm sure we do. Let's think it through. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October?
Oh, right, this.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Take that!
Or not. Or maybe it will.
Judge Shigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch?
If you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be!
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Shigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Shigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? I get it, he's trying to make you seem less credible by slandering you as a murderer. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. Oh, that's a good one.
What?
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
What the Sorry?
If I'd known if it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I'd like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice, any more than I already have done. I mean, what? I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon-Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon-Seoi? A common jujitsu martial art technique in my jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Are we not going to get an org?
Ah! How's that?
We're not... it still didn't pick up.
Oh.
That's sad.
Dad. Well, it came up on the stream, so it's fine.
No, I'm not saying it did. I'm just saying it's sad for me. I have no idea what it was. Anyway. Okay, well, I was about to do my line, but if you're going to just make random noises, I mean...
Whatever.
I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding. Oh, well, I suppose he should be being less evil when he's saying that. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. So, are you reading these lines, or is it just not picking up on Discord?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting really distracted. I just need to. I got something. This is exciting. I gotta be excited for this. God damn it! But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on cross-examination.
Oh, well, too bad! Ace Attorney protagonists are all about wasting the court's time. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
No, you.
Oh, got him with the no you.
Yeah.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hold on. Hold on! Shops! Help!
Oh dear.
Shops! This little part of Inspector Greggs' pocket watch was found inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. That's right, which means it cannot possibly be denied. What? Which means it cannot possibly be denied as extremely significant.
You're adding means. You're adding means.
Oh, means.
Which it cannot possibly be denied is extremely significant.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm adding means. Okay, that makes sense now. Okay. What do you call it again? The small round piece of the watch. How did I add means both times?
Don't advance it. I'm going to try and remember if I know what to call it. Oh, fuck. Would it just be the knob of the watch? Crown. That's it. Crown.
Pocket watch is quite useless without it. Yes, that's right. The crown. What a very grand name for such a tiny part. That's exactly what you said the last time we discussed it, Mr. Naruhodo. We had it last time?
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass you, man.
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector. Which was the truth, of course.
I don't want Gregson to be evil. He's being framed. He was such a good boss. He was such a good boss to Gina.
I mean, to be fair, he's not evil per se. He was killing bad people. He's like Batman, except he kills people, I guess.
Batman would be a better person if he killed people, honestly.
Kind of, but then if you really dig into it, all the villains in Gotham are basically just mentally ill people, which is kind of like they should just get like proper help rather than just being chucked into what is tantamount to a prison. And then maybe they'd stop, doing all the crimes.
You know what else would stop them from doing all the crimes?
Being dead.
Sometimes.
Well, yeah, but like you shouldn't kill people for being mentally ill.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't kill people for being mentally ill. You probably should kill people for like if their repeated escapes from like prison result in the deaths of hundreds annually.
Or what you should do. Also, I mean, they don't necessarily result in the death of hundreds annually. It depends, which Batman thing we're talking about. But regardless, what you should do is also it's not prison they escape from. It's very specifically they escape from Arkham Asylum, which is supposed to be a treatment place. But it doesn't fucking treat them. It just locks them up like it's a prison. What you should do, fucking prison should be reformative as is, let alone a fucking hospital. And also, if someone's mentally ill, you're like literally, it's the law in America, which is a country that still has the death penalty. That's one of the times you're not allowed to execute them if they're found, to have lack of criminal responsibility.
I'm literally neurodivergent and a minor.
No, but your stance is literally harsher than the state of Texas, which is quite an accomplishment.
Look, I'm not saying that they should execute them. I'm just saying that Batman should
kill them extrajudicially,
yeah.
Which is arguably worse than execution, because at least they got a trial if they get executed. So I guess my point is Gregson is a bad person.
Aha! I have exposed the flaw in your reasoning by using flawed reasoning to expose your flawed reasoning. It was all part of my plan. You wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
Oh yes, the bag of chips, sign of every detective. Okay, I just won't read that line.
But the man accompanied would have two singular sword slung around his waist.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right, none whatsoever. Hold it.
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. There is no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Maybe
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. Oh yes, his chop. Throat, rather.
You know the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Ippon Shy far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. Oh no, he's one of those self-defense teacher TikTokers. It's just like, oh yeah, if someone's got a gun pointed to your head, just knock it out of their hand.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? We're the one that just... Oh, okay, he burst in immediately with knocking. Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately with the knock. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Well, to be fair, he was outstanding. Get it? He was outside and standing. Outstanding. No? Okay. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Shy throw. Let me just check something. Ippon... Ooh! The Ippon Shui Nage is a throw in judo. Oh, it's a real throw, which, I mean, I wasn't expecting it not to be, but that's neat. We're not going to hold it.
Hold it!
I got distracted again by someone, by Persona 5, r/Persona 5 not knowing what a visual novel is.
Maybe what you should do...
Put my phone away. Put my phone right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Okay, I wouldn't say that, but I guess you have a point. It is preferable. Don't know why you brought that up. Unless you did crack his spine!
Oh, not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that.
So, where does Cosima think Van Zieks was at the time?
Murdering him? No, I'm fairly certain, from what we're getting together, I think fairly certain that the theory that the prosecution is advancing is that the watch broke when the judo slam happened, and the murder, because the reason we're saying the murder happened earlier is because the watch was broken by when he died. But he's now saying, no, the watch broke then, but he was murdered at the same time. But the point is, the broken... See, there you go. The broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about?
Hmm?
That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector... Oh. That's right, because it's a hold it. Right? We've already had that read.
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
Once is fine, twice is kind of weird. Calling him stripling. If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth can you have got back to Britain? On a raft. When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but...
All passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. Now, I'd like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. That is a good point. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to... Oh, unless they were trying to frame... thingy.
Ugh, that's killed that idea, then.
Which, they were trying to frame him, because we did the whole exploding firework thingy.
Yeah. Oh yeah! We still haven't figured out who set that up. Sort of just abandoned that scene. We've sort of just, like, gone away from that scene, from the scene of the discovery altogether.
Yeah. Well, I think that's because kind of our point was that he wasn't dead there, so that's why we're trying to not focus on it yet.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we'll come back round to it.
Yeah. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Oh, good point, Susato.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord.
Yes! Yes! Give us a hole give us a hole to poke.
Yes, point out exactly where we need to call the contradiction. So I guess I won't say that. Fine.
We won't, because we got this. Because I don't fucking know what to do here.
Put some Gregson's trunk. Can I tell my line, please? I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
No possible way. There's an idea.
Think about it, stripling. Okay, that's 3 times now. It's getting creepy. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did? Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
Well, no.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Cameron! We need you! Funny you should say that. Professor Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
That's a story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, you don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. He really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin. The body would have had to been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. But there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
So the evidence we present will have to be about moving things. There must be a possible way he could have done. So let's go from the start and see what we've got, or from the back.
The trunk! It's right there! It's in there! It's this picture! It's gonna be evidence! I can't believe it!
Yeah, the picture's gonna be evidence.
Because the trunk's pictured right here! Oh my god! I can't believe this.
I don't think it's time for this yet, but I think you're exactly right. That's what's gonna happen.
I mean, I don't really think I don't really see anything else.
I mean, feel free to present it. Maybe it is. I would want to look at the rest of the evidence, but okay. There you go.
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, that we'd have to point to something proving that part. But
Which means that he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learnt that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Oh, we did?
Yes. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. Must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, didn't you?
I knew you were jealous. Oh, what evil shit.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting? I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
So Jigoku was the real killer all along. Order! Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
Well, you don't have to be skeptical, as Jigoku literally proved he can that trunk can hold the body himself.
Yeah.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
And Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility.
Wait,
It's
so
acknowledged
does that mean
there.
that he was just storing his trunk in the fucking fridge for a while?
Maybe he got ice?
Maybe.
Put that in his trunk?
Well, we may well be about to say that, so let's just...
She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are, but the one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners.
Oh,
Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shigoku?
Storing a corpse in a fridge.
Something tells me they didn't know.
I mean, something tells me they should fucking know if there's a corpse in their fridge. Oh, no, that's you.
However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. I'll see you in a bit, I guess.
No, I've got a drink. I've got my medicine. I planned ahead.
Well, the evidence points to you being the killer. I didn't. I should take mine. Hold on.
Well, let's see you in a bit then. How the turns of tables. I suppose the evidence does point to him being the killer. That is true.
Did you know that all the evidence points to him being the killer?
Oh, it does. Did you know that when you put my name in streams, you can just call me Leon? You don't have to call me Windows 95 Leon. That's just my handle.
Yeah?
Oh.
Well,
Like you, I'm just a human being who uses his name on the internet.
sorry.
I'm kidding.
Did you change it?
No.
You could.
I could, I didn't. I was just sort of looking around at the stream while I was waiting for you, and that's what I thought of to say when you got back. It's like got ya, because I got ya. I don't fucking know. I was just trying to make like content. I'd mentioned, yeah, I think it points to him being the killer, and then it's like, resolve.
Yeah.
Then I went to get an ice cream. I like ice creams, even in winter. A lot of people think, oh, you have ice cream in the summer. I think it's nice. Tasty. Well, this is all very...
You should have hot cream.
Well, no, because ironically enough, you may already know this, I don't know, but if you have a hot drink on a hot day, you will cool down more efficiently because it raises your internal temperature, so your body knows to take cooling steps, and vice versa. If you have a hot drink on a cold day, you'll actually feel cold, you can actually feel colder because your body will think it's warmer than it is, so it doesn't take the steps to heat itself. And the same for having cold food on a cold day.
That seems cruelly inefficient.
It's actually incredibly efficient because most of the time you're eating stuff at room temperature, so your internal temperature will match the, will match what the thing is to, measure temperature. It's called homeostasis. It's incredibly impressive that our body does that. I think you're incredibly ungrateful.
Okay, well, you don't speak for all of us.
Your body doesn't have homeostasis.
No,
Is that what you're telling me?
I have to.
You're cold-blooded like a reptile, and you need to stay in the sun to keep warm.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
I've said this line, by the way. I can see that it was a wise move letting a Sogi and you embark on this study tour.
What do you mean you didn't let us do anything.
He did let you embark on the study tour. He was in charge of setting it up.
He didn't let Naruhodo do anything.
I'm fairly certain he did. I'm fairly certain they had to get permission to. Well, not Naruhodo because he stowed away, but he had to get the point is, if he hadn't let the thing happen in the first place, Naruhodo wouldn't. I think his statement. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. That's not fucking true. And I can see you've both laid firm foundations for that already. I'll tell you what, if there's one thing infuriating, it's fucking logical.
Is logic an English loanword in Japan?
Maybe.
Because in the Latent crossover and Edgeworth games, people treat logic as some sort of mysterious concept that they don't understand. And I feel
logic... Go on.
I feel like that's the only way that it makes sense.
So I'm not. It would make sense in the because logic it comes from Greek philosophy. Logic it comes from the word. Oh, maybe it comes from the Greek local.
That makes sense.
I think so. Yeah, but it comes from some form of Greek, and that's why. Anyway, I looked it up. Apparently, the Japanese word "ronri" is logic, so it's not a loan word, but yeah, as a concept, it will have come to Japan sort of differently to how it came to the West, because it was, as a concept, it was obviously, reasoning in a thing is it's that's inherent to the human race, but as a concept of logic as a philosophy, it comes from sort of Greek philosophy. Although there is a similar concept in Chinese philosophy and Confucianism and that, but it's I don't know. It's slightly different. I'm not an expert in Chinese philosophy.
Tochigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of whether the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It was quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baroque Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range.
Hey. I don't like being used to kill Gregson.
That's a shame. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, that's not That's not how burden of proof works.
Yeah.
The defence's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
It's 4 now.
Yeah.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, as that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you would better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Okay, now we've got to figure this out, because I have no clue.
So what claim are we trying to contradict?
Oh wait, do we have an updated autopsy report? We're trying to contradict that he died instantly on Fresno Street.
This is our updated autopsy report, but what does it say?
What?
Yeah, I mean, it says instant death.
Yeah. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. That claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. I think that might have been important. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary, then. Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept as to who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun, which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
I mean, that is significant in so much as it shows that it could be Gregson's or Van Zeke, because both of them were, appointed and given the weapon for. And Van Zeke says that he lost his. So either ones, it would be like there would be no way to work out which. So I think they're more covering themselves with that by saying, it could be anyone. Are you not going to see what they have to say?
I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That's not. I've always wondered what the underside of the hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. It doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. It might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? I'm totally lost. You got any ideas?
I'm thinking. I mean, the trunk has blood on it, but that doesn't tell us that, does it? Think.
Shams!
Okay, hang on. Let's go through. Okay, let me go through everything one by one. Can't be the armband. Can't be the red-headed league article. Nothing to do with Vigil. What's the ticket say? What's it say on the side of that? It's the ticket for the steamship, isn't it?
Yeah.
That doesn't tell us anything.
This just said something about us being trustworthy.
Yeah. That's the dismissal notice. That doesn't tell us anything. Framed photograph.
This is the key to winding up the pocket watch.
Right, okay. And that doesn't tell us. Right, can't be that. Can't be the wig. Can't be the gun. It maybe could be the candle because we said earlier that it was blown off with fireworks, not gun. I wouldn't present that yet, but I'm not ruling that out yet. So that's the only one we haven't ruled out yet. Don't think it's the photo of Clint. I don't think it's the autopsy report. Okay.
I mean,
What's the? What about the?
so it could be the autopsy report, because what I'm thinking is the autopsy report states that there were measures to take into disguise the time of death. If he died at Fresno Street, like,
why would they need to do that? Good point.
why would he need to do that? But also,
I won't rule it. Oh, go on.
why would he need to do that? But also, Strongheart has said multiple times that there are no refrigerators of that size available at Fresno Street.
Right. So yeah,
It would have been literally impossible for that to have occurred at Fresno Street.
Right. Well, I would definitely wouldn't rule it out for that. I wouldn't present it just yet. You can do if you want, but I want to look over the rest of the stuff. But I would say that's more likely the candle thing. So I've got candle and autopsy report. Let's look at the crime scene floor plan. That doesn't really tell us anything. Okay. Notice board doesn't tell us anything. Firecracker doesn't tell anything, so I'll rule those three out. Look at the photo. Okay, think. If he died instantly, there would be blood, because that's how someone being killed works.
Not necessarily. You can kill someone without leaving behind blood.
No, I know, but it's more that leaving behind blood wouldn't prove that he didn't die instantly. No, I want to keep looking at it. Hang on. What else is there about him? He's got the wig on. He would have put the wig on. Or someone would have put the wig on it. Yeah, let's work backwards. Let's assume someone did kill him. What does this mean they've done? It means they've put the wig on him, taken him out of the freezer, got the tie on. I can't see anything about the photo. I think we're going to have to rule it out. Okay. And then we know it's not the watch or the identification, because that's just not related. It wasn't photograph. Wasn't the Sogi papers, wasn't the... Yeah, I think you're right with the autopsy report.
Take that!
No. Japanese really are a curious breed.
Perhaps my Japanese friend inexplicable thinking something is.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here.
The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You'll be penalised. The court. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Right. I guess let's
Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time, then. Gee, thanks.
Right. Go back to the list. So where did we get up to? Gregson's trunk. Gregson's trunk has the bit of the sword in it. Wait, what's inside the trunk again?
It was the passport, right?
Yeah. So it's got a slash on it. It's got a passport in it. It's got a piece of blade was in the slash. And there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing else significant in there. Okay, well, I'm gonna rule out the trunk. I mean, there's blood on the trunk.
Maybe it's the blood.
What about the blood?
I don't know.
Because then maybe it would be the blood in the photo? Rather than the blood on the... Maybe it's just anything with blood on. We'll go back to the rest of the evidence, but... I guess we'll put that and the photo back in the running. I don't think it's a passport. It's not going to be the bunny doll. What's the other thing? That's the old autopsy report, isn't it? Like the one from the professor. Yeah, Clint. That's Clint's autopsy report. So it's not that. Tuck on the ears. I've no fucking clue. No. Okay, so it's not the Lucky Charm. It's not Karma. Okay, so what do we have left in that we haven't ruled out? We have candle, photo, trunk.
His body appears to be tightly curled up. Evidence that he was in the trunk.
Rigor mortis! Holy shit, it's the photo! It's the photo. Rigor mortis, trunk. You got it. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed?
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. Out of the question, his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. Somehow, through an abdominal shot.
I mean, it could have gone, like, look, depending on the angle, it could have gone up through the abdomen and into the heart.
Still, would that have been instant still?
Well, it depends how you define instant, because, I mean, technically no death is instant.
Yeah.
Like, instant death, generally it means that, you know, you die before shock, like, the initial shock of whatever's doing it. Like, because, you know, when something, like, deadly happens to someone, there's a moment of, like, freeze where you process. So instant death means that you die before you have time to process that you are dying. So, essentially, yes. You know, a shot to the heart would be instant death. Like, it could definitely be instant death. But, like, death, per se, obviously, death is a weird concept in general. Like, but in terms of the physical presence of death, like, death is when the brain, you know, stops having activity. So, like, any damage to the heart, to basically anything that's going to bring oxygen to the brain, that's when you're going to have instant death. So decapitation, you know, shot to the heart, that sort of thing. And even though it's called instant death, I don't think it's quite as long as like 10 seconds, which was like a, you know, theory that people go around, like it's a sort of an old wives' tale where, you know, they chopped off Louis the 16th's head, and then, you know, he was still moving for like 10 seconds. But like, you'll have like a second of, you know, whatever, where there's still oxygenated blood in the brain, but then nothing can replace that oxygen, and then you're gone. So you're gone in an instant.
I mean, when people go into cardiac arrest, they don't have just seconds to live, do they?
cardiac arrest is different. They don't have seconds to live. But the point about instant death, like the point about it is the reason it's called instant death is because you become unconscious and then die. Like instant death means that the damage is so severe that you can't come back from that unconsciousness. So a cardiac arrest, in some senses, wouldn't be considered an instant death because you can come back from that if someone performs chest compressions. Whereas, you know, a decapitation, you can't then like reattach the head and not have death. In terms of like what someone will experience, cardiac arrest without someone, without someone performing chest compressions, in terms of what the person experiences, it will be largely the same as, as that, shot to the heart or whatever. Because essentially, cardiac arrest, your heart stops pumping, so there's, you've got your circulatory system. I guess the other thing about that as well is, even though the heart isn't pumping, the rest of the circulatory system, does still do stuff. Like you have thingies in the veins, I forget what they're called, like valves and stuff. So there might be like a little bit more, but the long and the short of it is, it will essentially be the same. Like there's no way for someone to have a cardiac arrest and remain conscious just because they're not moving blood around. So it's the same as any other sort of death like that. Which is why chest compressions are so important, specifically in cases of cardiac arrest. And why they aren't the treatment for cardiac arrest, they're a prolonging. But to get to the main point I was going to make, about the distinction between death and not death, the brain activity will stop, and that's when brain damage starts to happen. So if you can then start the chest compressions, you can be left for like a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes even without those chest compressions and come back to life. But the longer the brain is deoxygenated for, you're unconscious for the whole time, obviously, but the longer it doesn't have oxygen, the more brain damage occurs. So, after a certain amount of time of a cardiac arrest, and, I'm saying you can come back to life after 5 minutes, but you probably might not necessarily want to, because the amount of brain damage, you're not really going to be alive in a sense. You're going to be, in a veritable coma, essentially. Because you just do not have the level of brain activity needed to... And that's what's meant by brain death, essentially. Someone can be physically alive and brain dead, which is counted as death under the law in most places. Yeah, like I said, death is really... it's really nuanced when you actually try and define it. Oh,
Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Well, the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
Someone shot him while he was curling up because he was sad because he couldn't get into the Red-Headed League. I get it. You're suggesting...
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival in Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No!
You're quite right, the shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Probably on this stuff. Rigor mortis. That was a good catch.
Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Why didn't you say that to begin with? That's also great proof. Ah! Present my trunk? I refuse!
What?
What?
On what grounds?
My line.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry.
I'm kidding. Because I bloody well feel like it. Oh yeah, diplomatic community. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan.
It literally is gonna be like, because I bloody well feel like it.
I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling 5 times. Baseless accusations. Also, to be fair, like, just because I brought up the subject, diplomatic immunity is, like, it's not necessarily, like, codified in law. I think in some places it might be, but, like, diplomatic immunity just means that you don't punish someone because of the diplomatic, like, implications. You can prosecute someone from a foreign diplomat if you want to. You do it to avoid negative relations. And generally speaking, if the foreign diplomat has done something very bad, what will happen is you will contact the country he's from, and they will revoke his diplomatic credentials, and then you will still prosecute him anyway. So, like, there's this idea that diplomatic immunity means you can just commit crimes and get away with it, but that's not really how it plays out.
I feel like this is gonna go. Yeah, I've played the Edgeworth games. I know how diplomatic immunity works.
Oh, nice.
I know how extraterritorial rights happens.
Nice. To be fair, though, I think we'll get him anyway because this is the Empire of Great Britain, and they don't give a shit about Japan. Japan is their bitch.
In other words, Judge Jikoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to. Objection!
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court.
I mean, he's both.
I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Damn, check out those holes on that guy.
Yeah.
You know, that must not be good for the cane or for the fucking wooden gavel.
Yeah.
Order! Order in Kurt! Court! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You... you can't be serious! You did it?! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
You gonna accuse Cosmo now?
Maybe. Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's... Yeah, okay, he did it for Kazuma is what he's going to say. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You... Dear God! Outrageous!
So it was you! You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder.
No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no record. That's not a confident answer. Yeah, what on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You still can't deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right! Who else could it have been? I name you, Kazuma Asogi J'accuse! I added a little dramatic flair there. I don't know if you could tell.
Nope, that's exactly what was written there.
You! I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, little did you know that I would pin the crime on Reaper. It's a pin charade. Parade. Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? 6 times. You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
She doesn't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready.
Because I'm not.
The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is impossible! Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. Ooh, music.
Oh. What? What, is this good? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence.
Don't worry, I got your evidence right here, buddy.
So present what you have, counsel.
I just gotta figure out what it is.
What proof is that is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
I don't fucking know.
Okay, well let's go from the start. Let's go through it all. Let's work this out.
I don't think it would be anything from the last case.
Yeah, so it's got to be something new. So, okay, hang on. Okay, let's think this through. Actually, Gregson's trunk. I'm not saying it's Gregson's trunk, but this is getting my brain in gear. So, sequence of events. We know when Kazuma and Gregson were alone, he hit the thingy. It snapped off in the trunk, and then he left, and Gregson was alive, and then Jigoku came back. Jigoku's already admitted that Gregson was alive when he came back because he did the jujitsu throw, which broke the watch. And we know that there was no way that the shot could have been done because the crew would have heard it. The only window of opportunity for the murder would have been during the 20-minute. The evidence is the evacuation drill itinerary. Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
God, that was impressive.
Thank you.
Judge Shikoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, the crewman's sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime was taking place when the guard was elsewhere. That narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk.
Ah.
Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town.
Oh yeah!
Returned to England the following morning. Yeah, that's what I meant by it had to, because Jigoku was the only one in there.
I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Yeah. Hold it! No, absolutely not! I don't accept that at all!
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof.
Undeniable proof that we totally owned you lamers.
Yeah. Ah, no, I'm not owned!
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh, he's gonna break it.
I'm gonna wreck it!
You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku?
It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. He's gonna wreck it. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah!
What the hell?
Good lord. It's over! My life is over!
What the hell was that? Why did the rest of the thing just fly away?
The sheer force that he hit down with. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassination exchange request arrived from England about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi.
But things didn't go according to plan.
But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. You found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume?
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Who is not Baroque Van Zeek's Kazuma?
Nah, it's Baroque Van Zeek's, definitely.
So that means the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. So then Gregson wasn't the Reaper? He was just working for the Reaper this time? Or maybe he was always working? I am fucking...
I mean, no, the Reaper's an assassin, an organization, right?
Yeah.
Without Asa Shin, like, Gregson was like, probably had to do it himself.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. Bang! I probably didn't need to say bang.
Lucky that happened during the 20 minutes.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, I think before the 20 minutes, he was locked. No, I'm fucking mad. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier. Being a member of the judiciary is a visiting... That's not how that works! It's not... They don't just give you a gun if you come and visit. Surely. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
Ah, I dropped my controller!
Oh dear. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I want to know why he has access to the fucking fridge.
True.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification.
Ugh.
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Oh. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee, so I was more than a little nervous. He doesn't look it. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own travelling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around around 5:15, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap? Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah,
Oh. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... Well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
I feel like he could have just not put the fish and chips back on him.
But that would have been suspicious. Finding him without fish and chips? That just doesn't happen.
There's just no witness stand anymore.
Oh, you know what he needed to do, but he just couldn't stomach the thought of it. He needed to eat the moldy fish and chips, so new fish and chips would magically appear.
Oh, true.
I've heard enough. Yeah, I bet you've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. He's the Reaper, I'm telling you. He's the Reaper. Not Gregson, not Van Zeeks, it's all him. Everything was him.
You know who I think is the Reaper?
Who?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
That would be fucking cool. I think Strongheart's a bad guy. I think...
No, Strongheart's definitely a bad guy.
Yeah, definitely Strongheart. Right?
Yeah.
Not crazy.
Gotta be.
That, right? Yeah.
Gotta be.
The witness will be tried in the coming days. Like, he's the British contact. Everyone, like, that's clear as day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe...
Although, it makes me wonder what's keeping Jigoku from accusing Strongheart right now. He's already lost.
Because he's fucking, like, his entire thing is do it, like, he did that because he wanted to get rid of someone, they want to get rid of someone, and they're doing stuff for their countries, and he doesn't want to, like, fucking expose the other side of the conspiracy because it will maintain... Unless it's something to do with the Professor case. It's probably something to do with the Professor case.
Yeah. We still haven't come back to the Professor case.
Yeah. That realization sort of struck me in the middle of my, like, thing I was saying. I was like, oh no, it's the Professor case.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court.
Someone's gonna hold it. Who do you think it's gonna be?
I think it would be funny if it was us. I think it will be Kazuma, because that's his whole deal, but...
Oh yeah! I forgot. Kazuma's still not on our side. Guys.
This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Wait. That's guilty for Van Zink, though.
Yeah. This is not how this works. Seshiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty.
This is in his trial!
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this close court. Yeah, this just is not how judicial authority works. Like, the only thing I can think of someone being found guilty for at a trial that's not their own would be, like, something summary, like contempt of court. And even then, that's, like different and... Well, that was just weird. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession. Confession? admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
No, Your Honor! No, Your Honor. You see, when I was 9 years old, I killed my father after an earthquake. After an earthquake disabled the elevator at the Old Bailey. It was me.
What the fuck is an elevator?
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? Yeah, we still have... This doesn't feel like a satisfying ending at all. We still haven't figured out all their mysteries. I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
Oh? The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange... We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. Yet, for once, I entirely agree with him.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. Is he going back on the prosecution bench? Please, 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 please.
As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication...
Get Cosma out of here! He sucks! I hate him.
We're going to object to this, I bet. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Ziet.
That's Cosma.
Okay, yeah. Fair. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Shigoku has already confessed.
I like this song. Nevertheless...
Not as good as Van Zeek's theme, though.
No. Barak Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Yeah, in a later trial.
I mean, has he committed crimes? Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by...
God damn you, Cosima.
But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but...
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Van Ziet, of being a Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
Yeah, you're not that guy,
That
pal.
is your job.
What?
Order! Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
But circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
I must say I'm surprised. Or quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeek. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes.
That explains Cosmo's silence before. Stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeek's unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
It'd be really funny if the thing was one statement. It's like, I didn't.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Yeah!
Hee-hee.
And pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy. I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Where did the replacement witness stand come from?
Well, I mean, it is possible they have more than one, like, witness stand.
Lord Van Zeek's. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. Ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now. And crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
The defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. And that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord. I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. Point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
Ooh. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty?
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out.
Unless your name's Magnus McGilded.
It's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of the truth.
Holy shit, what if the Reaper is Magnus McGilded?
Maybe.
I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Cosmo. I know you're just waiting to point it out. Oop. A contradiction within this man's testimony or something. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd just go ahead and say take that. I think that's right.
Objection.
What is this? An autopsy report?
Pro strats. I'm a pro.
Nice. Good job. This is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What? My brother's autopsy report?
I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
I just realised something. You know that steamship ticket that you was like, oh, what is it? Why is that going to come up? What if we have to present that to prove that it was actually Makotoba that did it?
Oh, yeah. Not that accursed name again. Professor.
I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's soul. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that final clue behind.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer, send him to death. To his death.
That's outrageous.
And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost.
You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Cosmo, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence it's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes.
This feels like Rise from the Ashes.
Okay, how so?
Fabricated evidence in a thing from long ago. The prosecutor had, or at least claims to have had no involvement with the fabrication of the evidence. People are dying to be silenced. People are being killed to silence them about it. Oh, hey, Mirai.
I think you're right. Hello.
It's just, in Rise from the Ashes, the fabricated evidence was used to convict a guilty man.
Yeah.
And now, maybe it's going to be like, this evidence is going to be was used to convict an innocent man.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, aren't ya? Oh, what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Not an excuse. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. Shing!
So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. They can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baroque van Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize the exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. That rhymes.
Ah!
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baroque van Zieks.
It'd be really funny if they didn't bother having, like, Strongheart sit down and he just stood up the whole time. Cosmo Sogi.
What?
What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears, his shameful admission.
Yeah, but I thought you had evidence. Where's your evidence, Asogi?
To be fair, technically speaking, witness testimony is a form of evidence. It's just hearsay. It's bad evidence, but it is a form of evidence.
In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper.
What? What?
Lord Van Zieks. I gave no such orders, I know that for certain. She narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that.
I know who it is. It's the guy we've been saying for a long time.
I believe I know who it is too.
You!
Just had a feeling this name was going to come up.
So did I.
True identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Iris Wilson!
Eugen Mikotoba!
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart.
What? Lord Strongheart?
Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother Lord Clint Van Zieks had been killed. Isn't this the same situation? This is literally so similar to Rise of the Ashes. Wasn't Neil Marshall supposed to be the prosecutor? And then he was killed, and then Van Zieks, or Edgeworth, took over the case.
I think maybe?
God. Yeah, shoot Takumi. You're rehashing. Come on now. Strongheart kind of looks like Damon Gant.
He does, now that you mention it, yeah. I can only assume this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zieks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, and I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Oh, and this is like Apollo Justice in a way too. It's sort of like Clavier in that case. Forget if that case had a code name like most other significant cases from the past do. I've spent my life since then, believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world, by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize you are the Reaper of the Bailey. It's like, nope, not guilty. Bye-bye. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Can we get him on our side? Actually, that'd be way better than putting him on our prosecutor's bench again.
It doesn't warrant a response. That would be. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fancy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. Where is your evidence?
That's what I'm saying!
What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
We gotta go to crying!
You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, racist. But in the court of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Now, you intend of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? There is.
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the cause of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accuser brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? I mean, we've got to object.
Cosma more or less waited his whole life for this moment. There's really nothing else we can do now. There's no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all those years ago. If only there was someone who could testify of Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy.
Well, okay, yeah. And,
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me.
Cosma,
Please, this trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikotaba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotaba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. Actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotaba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness and as a matter of urgency. Whatever happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What? Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. This time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Damn! Stone cold.
Yeah. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Chigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
We all know what will happen. Let's just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Ah. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Oh.
Oh, almost all of that got silenced by Discord.
Oh.
Shame. It's going to be a very good stream, I can tell. Who said hold it? Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mill Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? Why would that be? This is good music.
It is.
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory.
Yeah, it's certainly gone from my memory.
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the provocations of your superiors? Prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let's emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in this gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right, the judge is absolute authority here. Yes, if it calls trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who honestly can't say the same? What's... The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right, we need to clear this up before that young Japanese something in custody. My lord, you assured those present you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial!
Testify! Testify!
Testify! Well, my lord? You hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Makotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Makotoba is here in the courthouse?
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? Oh, he knows everything, Ryunosuke.
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I was just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Oh, shit, hang on a second.
What happened?
I'll tell you in a sec. Wait! Get out of there! Naughty!
Uh-oh. Rabbit problems.
So you know how rabbits are very smart creatures?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah?
So you know how rabbits are very smart creatures?
Yes?
Well, this one particular rabbit managed to open the door to where I store his spare food and hay.
Oh no.
Fortunately, it's all bagged up, so he didn't have time to like chew through the bag and eat anything. But yeah, very impressive. I will. I've blocked it off now, so I won't be able to get to it. I'll keep an eye on it, but I'll have to move the stuff out of there afterwards.
Are you gonna read this?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was thinking. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes.
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you?
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to hand into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
Oh. To be continued right now.
You gonna be okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Okie dokie.
Oh! Hello!
Okay.
Ah, social distancing, Van Zeeks.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. I think you'll find its witnesses.
I did it earlier without lightning preparation.
Yeah.
Lost it though.
Oh well. You'll pick it up.
Eugen Makotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
There you go. And Professor Makotoba, the young lady beside you is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Oh boy.
In the Ministry of Justice. Unquestionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Makotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a while. It's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson's at Saint Sinners. It is Saint Sinners, right?
Yes, and sinners. Yeah.
Not Street Sinners. Yeah?
No, it's not street sinners.
So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Imagine if there was a street called Saint Street and you just abbreviated it to...
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Just... Nana is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama, a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. He was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see.
I need to sort this out.
Rabbit? Alright, well... I wonder how much longer it's going to take, because not only do we have to do the trial, we have to do the entire epilogue as well. I hope that Lena's not going to get too tired. It's almost midnight for him. Do.
Right, sorry about that.
Uh-huh. What was Algernon doing?
I'm just trying to get back at the door.
Oh no. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was a result of that autopsy. It was as a result of that autopsy that the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying the assailant. Okay, what was it? We still don't know!
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could possibly identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Ah! That makes you sound guilty as fuck, mate. Well, that clears things up nicely.
Are evil laughs admissible as evidence in court?
Well, I think they would count as hearsay, so probably not. I mean, unless there was something like specifically, verifying them as like. Anyway, the only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. But that is the fabrication. No! He freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession. It was uttered in obvious desperation. That's fair. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
If I may, my lord. This young lady here is staring at me holding a giant cleaver, and I'm very worried for my life. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Ooh.
Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Veronica Fire Emblem is a VTuber.
Okay. Weird. What do you mean?
They're doing a live stream where Veronica will play summoner duels with viewers.
Oh, weird. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. No, sadly not.
But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust lighting or pass him implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes, so would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Makotaba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the Professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct, and yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say that you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the Professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But...
Genshin Isogi confessed to all of his crimes upon arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. True hound of hell.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
A little bit, yeah. Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony could be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mum has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh.
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Rory, what was it?
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger perhaps, or a ring.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Isogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, or the 4th, or ring finger. Bro! We get it, you're a doctor. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I bought the ring along with me today.
What?
It worried it's a bit dusty from the years in the stores. Okay, so we're gonna have to present that guy as something.
Yeah. Gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotaba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? That precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gorey. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. I must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Alright. Before I do, I do just want to refresh myself on what these Sogi papers say. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of his ring. Okay, Jesus. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was a very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. I'm pretty sure that's it. Just the fact that it's sharp and would have cut up his throat if he swallowed it. Guess I just present it here?
Wait, what are the other statements?
It's beautiful but dangerous. No other signs of internal injury. Oh, no other signs of internal injury.
Yeah, okay, it cut your finger, so it's that, yeah.
Objection.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotaba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here.
That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination, and in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. Brother was a determined man, on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. Would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. Internal trauma. No. Oh fuck, I've lost it.
You got it, don't worry. You got it. Come on, you can do it.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point.
There you go.
That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Should I be Wilson?
I can do Wilson. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
Isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though he's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something, an earlier incident. What incident? One I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago. On a foggy night, Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
There's the ring!
Oh yeah.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. Now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection.
You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring.
Objection.
You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a murderer. You...
Kazuma, open your eyes.
Inosuke?
You must know deep down. Oh. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded.
Well, okay, I'll just close it.
What?
I was going to say, while you got that, can we see what Kazuma said before he got cut off? Payment. Okay, cool. Carry on. I was just curious.
But at the moment, he seemed to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you're so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems that you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that may be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendants never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deed and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then. That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
That's you.
Genshin Asogi's silence in this hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
I don't know how to scream.
Oh well.
But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart from bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Who dat? Was that Mikotoba? No, I couldn't hear it.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention. Oh my gosh. Oh, I burped.
Oh dear.
There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting the two people with a connection to that autopsy had been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. It could only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric! The court will show evidence! What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
The Asogi papers?
I don't see... Maybe, I don't see that. The evidence of an agreement. Okay, what evidence do we have that relates to Asogi?
I think it's just the Asogi papers.
Okay, well, what do we have that relates to Asogi or the professor? We have the... None of these, then. Well, the ring. We have the ring. We have Clint's autopsy report. We have the Asogi papers.
I think it has to be the Asogi papers.
Oh, the dismissal notice. That's linked. Oh, what if?
Oh, wait.
It's the dismissal notice deal.
Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the... Oh, there we go. Negotiation with the prison staff. There we go.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. That didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government."
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say this elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify
We're getting-
on the jailbreak that took place.
We're getting Daily Vigil and Barry Caden on the stand?
Presumably. That took place 10 years ago.
Ah! Governor Caden, the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at some times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that?
Ah, are you telling me that...
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Sounds
Correct.
great. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. We promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest, once and for all.
Still social distancing, I see.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago. Losh, the Professor? We've already been through all this afore, a decade ago. And the conclusion is that there isn't anything untoward happened.
Convict escaped from your prisoner, or prisoner? A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Ah, well...
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity had never been carried out without the help of someone of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness! Governor Caden! Ah, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Oh, he's just admitting to it.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if it was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorised that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there isn't anything about that Professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to the crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
You say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me.
I can't even say with certainty they did originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
Likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all.
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath.
Well, how convenient.
Yeah. Actually, I think having to, like, smuggle a prisoner out of jail and, like, not properly execute, I think that's quite inconvenient. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reign was Dr. Stevens.
Or Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Do you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the Professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Gosh, Vigil, I can't apologise enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Damn!
Bad for Vigil.
I feel bad for Vigil too.
Good. You should. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Suspicious. you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offence. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that, only...
What does this all mean?
Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh,
Excuse me.
oh, his head.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Bring something to mind, perhaps.
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. Yeah, we know. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Ah! Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with the Sogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. I am ending your formal testimony.
Gads, aye, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Only weapon he has left. That sounds like what he has to bargain with.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. Very true.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
So
He
he
knew.
knew that he wasn't actually going to get to escape.
Yeah. Or maybe he didn't know that, but he wrote that and he left it in such a way that if he was actually executed, it would be found and that would be his weapon. And if he wasn't executed, he would then destroy it.
Something in his possessions was his bargaining chip.
Yeah.
And since he was killed, it got delivered back to Asogi instead of being actually able to. That was his weapon.
Okay, this is wild because I don't know how yet, but his last remaining weapon delivered back to Asogi.
It's probably the sword.
It's Karama. Yeah, it's Karama.
Yeah, it's Karama.
I don't know how yet, but it's something to do with Karama.
Yeah, the fact that Karama got delivered back to Kazuma.
Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
However, the fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah!
Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, didn't you? You only rat. Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes, and all the prison warders searched for the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered the prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
James, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper.
Or maybe that wasn't actually... Maybe his will was forged.
Maybe. And the fella's cell where I said it would be. How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. So hang on. Talking about these Asogi papers, where did we get the Asogi papers?
We got them from Kaden.
Yeah, we got them from Kaden. So, either they did find the Asogi papers, and that's why Kaden had them, or Kaden made a forgery, put that out as that, and we're about to find the real Asogi.
Yeah, I think Kaden forged his will.
I don't think so. Oh, I didn't read that line.
Oops.
Or that one. Or that one. Well, you didn't do a proper job here, you peely wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you, I thought, did I know, you lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. Written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. Oh, there's a missing page or something.
No, the only weapon he had left, it wasn't the only weapon he had left because he had Karama! Another weapon! No, yeah, there's probably a missing page.
And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. What are you suggesting, my learned friend? The last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake. Or it's a forgery, like I said.
Forgery, yeah.
As has clearly been demonstrated today, what went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defence was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the Chief Warder's word. Hang on, I'm confused. So we're saying that the Asogi papers are a fake based on the fact that they're described as his last weapon. So if he had a weapon, it must be impactful. But if it's a fake, then it doesn't. Then it's not what he said. So why does that? That's circular logic.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't read that.
No. Oh, no, right, the last weapon line is already something that Vigil has heard, so they had to put that in because they know that that was what was told to Vigil. Never mind, it's not circular. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. Now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some malicious negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
Oh, cool. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. As the warden responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a detective came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. But men don't wear kimonos, men wear yukatas. Objection.
That's not true.
Yeah. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Well, you know satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee waffinger? Huh. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you.
Oh, that's really weird.
Is that what you're going to do? It is very weird. Do, is it?
That... Why are you doing that, Vigil?
Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Yeah, stand up for yourself!
This is a very weird way of standing up for himself, though. God!
Little and large, what a double act.
We complied with the Soviet's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer the country has ever seen.
Vigil is the Dom. Damn.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you can't deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Okay.
Oh,
Alright, so it's not a fake in that sense. I think it was a missing page then, right?
yeah, I think you might be right. Yes, there's no mistaking that it is my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. But I thought we didn't know his end was nigh, because it did. Oh, I see. So, counsel for the defence, your cross-examination, please. Right, so I mean, it's something about that last statement, because that's what they were getting all in a
Yes, my lord.
right?
Yeah.
So do we have anything that contradicts that?
I don't think we can contradict this yet.
Maybe we press it because they were arguing about it?
We should probably press from the beginning.
I think it's that, though. I want to press that. I think we'll get what we need. I think it's that.
Hold it!
Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Hey, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword!
Karama, the famed sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that. He definitely could have.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Makotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Suzuri inkstone, Laksumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Oh, Daly's gonna say he wrote it in English or something, didn't he?
Maybe. Are you? Oh, that's you.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
Whoa.
Mr. Vigil!
Sir!
Oh.
It was Scarlet, sir!
Oh, he didn't!
So he didn't see him write it.
No, okay. So he didn't have... He used his sword to cut himself, and then he wrote his will in blood.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm trying to remember, I forget the exact story, but when we first talked to Vigil, he gave Asogi the paper or something, didn't he?
No, he just found Asogi with the papers and was like, hey, you're not supposed to have that. He's like, oh, please let me have it. It's my last weapon.
That's right, yeah. Okay.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance, possibly or possibly not.
I am unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Wait, so what do the Asogi papers we have? Does it say what color they are?
I mean, the picture shows that they're black.
Right, it's a picture. And I guess maybe that's the contradiction then. I mean, it has to be something to do with this. Let's see what supplement it. Oh, permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. Okay, so it's good, yeah.
Objection.
Okay. I see no inconsistency there. That ink is quite clearly scarlet.
Hold it.
Scarlet, you say?
Well, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual colour. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness! Is that really what you saw? Ah, what, sir?
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, didn't it, Haver? You can plainly see the writing here, and it's black as the Earl of Ale's waistcoat. Yes, that is black. Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Osogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me he hid it behind his back.
It was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Osoki told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. Where did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? You have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo. You must present it to the court at once.
Wait, so... Okay, hang on. This is wild. Right. Go look at Clint's autopsy. Is that in Scarlet? I seem to remember something about her saying that this was written in... Oh!
Scarlet?
Red Scarlet ink stains. Clint wrote in Scarlet, then.
It wasn't... It was a will! It wasn't Osogi's will, it was Clint's will.
Oh.
Clint's will was his last weapon.
Okay. I don't know why. I thought I remembered something about that being written in Scarlet. Like,
Well, you did remember something about it. I would have forgotten about that.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I knew there was... Yeah.
The testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Cosmo-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like if Mr. Sogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Sogi might actually have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. It's this one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Objection.
Nice!
I'm so impressed you remembered that, even if it wasn't like entirely correct. Like you still made that connection. I'm so jealous.
I misremembered it, but I remembered the important bit, which was Scar.
Yeah, I completely forgot. I love you.
Oh, too.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What? Evers again. You've no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink?
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, Counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. The scene. The lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Clint was punctilious?
Punctilious, yeah.
Punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
Same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death. Then, it was. Mr. Vigil's testimony is to believe. It can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil!
Sir?
When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament, not my last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament.
Conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says. Though what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No.
What?
Objection!
Right, okay, so I do think that's the case, but what happened to it then? Because they don't have it, because he hid it from Vigil.
Yeah. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks? Then was pursuing the professor.
Shit.
It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened.
It was the professor, and they found it out, and they wanted to cover it up so to not disgrace the Van Zeek's name.
Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned this investigation before its conclusion. Never. I think you might be right. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy? Ah! No, it couldn't be. I think Ryunosuke came to the same conclusion you did.
Yeah, he's gonna say, yeah, I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Sogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility.
Whoa, what happened? My model just sped off the screen for some reason.
Oh dear. Hang on, I want to get a clip of that. I want to see that. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning. The line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of this document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue.
No reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. Only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Sir Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact...
Yeah, confession. He's the killer, he's the professor.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity. Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. It's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
Oh my goodness! No, if you think about it, this is the only thing that makes sense as well anyway, because if it wasn't Asogi, the killing still stopped after Asogi was killed, and if it wasn't Asogi, the Professor must still be dead, so it must have been Clint.
Yeah.
That's crazy. No, you can't be suggesting.
Was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out something... My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Baroque Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. It's inconceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was.
Order! Order! Order in court!
Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as a murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached with the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. Family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
Be B for Balmung.
I know, right? There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it, so we know that the dog was used for hunting. It could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
So is it true, then? Clint Van Zeeks was really the professor? Impossible, the Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would I've never been sure how to pronounce this word. Irrevocably destabilize British society.
I think you can also say irrevocably, but I say irrevocably, I think. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed.
Forgot I'm supposed to be doing Majora's Mask with Astral in it.
I think we're near the end. I think we can finish this. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth.
The truth?
I doubt it's going to be the real truth. Never fucking is with these people.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
It's a really good twist. Like, it's a really good game. The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. Well, apart from all the colonies that we, screwed over. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. It's okay though, we built railroads, so evens out. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese racist. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scene. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished.
Don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the Lord late Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings, taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
Dude, I bet Kazuma's at the end of this, Kazuma's gonna be like, but it's Van Zieks is still the Reaper of the Bailey, no!
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if it meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. We haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a word of him in the boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help?
Then the detective handed that stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Ahsoka was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was easy, extremely, to... Sorry, I said that. I said the wrong thing, but can you get out the thing? It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate in your guilt. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared to let myself even consider this possibility until now. And in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of someone embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
Angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago and he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Yeah, still murder, whatever.
Yeah, we can't preserve the
Lord
law.
Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those that died of the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody knows the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. They were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. It was only once, not more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Was it Strongheart, then?
Yeah. That would be the logical, conclusion, that he was killing those people because he wanted to do his justice shit, and he killed the Lord Chief Justice so he could become Lord Chief Justice. Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of weird, though. How it's like, Genshin Asogi is the professor. No, Clint Van Zeeks is the professor. No, Lord Male Strongheart's the professor.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's pretty neat. Once we find out what was in Clint Van Zeek's will...
Yeah, you're right.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi. The 3-page last will and testament lacking and left behind by the man.
oh, he just screwed himself over.
Yes, he did.
Where's that third page, idiot?
You were right. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate.
My hand hurts.
Oh. Oh dear. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
There we go.
Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court had been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. It wasn't really subtle.
Yeah. What contradiction? Well, all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Time to identify who.
What, Strongheart?
It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Inosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem. I hope to reach a conclusion. Only two excellent pieces of evidence left from time. Woebegone ring.
Blah,
Blah, blah,
ring.
blah. Three-page!
3-page.
You should say it in slow motion.
And the 3-page last will and testament, penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
Whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
This two-paged will, idiot! This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The two-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament.
Ah.
Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
Trifle.
Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm like scrolls to this day. And I am quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. I know you wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page that the third page ought not be sent.
What the hell?
Objection.
Rude. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genjin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all.
Isn't it in Japanese, though?
Yes. Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord. But I can't actually read Warren language. Oh, it'll be Makotoba, maybe?
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Yeah.
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Makotoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw.
He's not a member of the judiciary at all, he's a doctor.
Yeah, but he considers himself one, that's the important bit.
Ah, true.
But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Should I read it, or is Genshin's words, so...
I'll read it, sure. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them... Okay, so something's hidden in the sword.
Yeah.
All thy mortal foes.
Can we twist it open now? No.
Ah.
Very subtle, Genshin. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head.
Father. What is Karama? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me. Damn. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I've been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection.
Dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Ah!
Right, so that's what's hidden in the sword then.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Must not get spoiled. Hi, Astral. Sorry.
Oh dear.
We're almost done. We're almost done. I think. We're probably almost done with the courtroom section, but then we have to go through the entire epilogue, and oh dear.
I mean, like, the next few lines are definitely going to be heavy spoilers, though, so I would just, like...
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
just-
like saying this, but, like, leave.
Yeah, you should probably...
Yeah.
That was a mistake. Yeah.
You should go.
Yeah.
Bye! Thanks for stopping in.
Bye. Sorry. What about Inspector Gregson, then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotaba. Sorry, it took me a second to notice that. I thought it was just another ... Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. It would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Here we go.
This is my last chance. Oh, it's fine. Astro knew Strongheart was bad anyway.
Okay, that's good.
Mr. Naruhodo. I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over, but can I? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time. It's a banger.
This song is played so many times during the game.
I know, but I'm just commenting that it's a banger.
Oh, because I didn't do it this time. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. No, I'm really sorry. Will you ever forgive me for my transgressions?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit, producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How? How can you... Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you'll have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? We look at it now, right?
Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is at the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Yep.
Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? It's Naruhodo! Look at the signature on the end! Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. For 10 years, and silently concealed inside Cardama, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait, my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Oh, it's not letting me read it.
Oh.
Because we're gonna read it when we present it.
Fair.
That's actually kind of cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Take that!
Really, there is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ooh, a new expression.
Ooh.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karama?
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi attained has lain undisturbed. And the hilt of this sword all these years is waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
Ah, what are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Yeah! Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial, Crow's trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason! I'm not quite sure that's how that works, but sure.
Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will today. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings are going to go quite as you hoped.
You fool! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well, then.
No. For God's sake. No! So this is Clint, isn't it?
I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I stand at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He's expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. Honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. Law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace.
That... okay.
That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another. I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother.
Okay, there we go.
Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There was no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Ooh.
So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart, it was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me. The third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. Done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice of the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man?
The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning.
It was Jigoku!
Holy shit!
Judge
no wonder
Jigoku!
you're getting such bad vibes off him. There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, fool.
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blood! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this has happened! He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Wow, Jigoku's like the worst person I've ever fucking heard of. That was his friend? That's fucking cold.
Yeah.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeller's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Mr. Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see.
Kind of astonished.
Yeah. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
It's worth noting that you were the one who shoved him.
Yeah.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
I couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death. Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire! Our courts can't function without a Reaper! Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle! You've done
Nothing.
nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
And Inspector Gregson, fought with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide.
Yay! So Gregson isn't a bad guy. He just was being coerced as well.
Yeah?
Yay!
No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
His eyes are turning red.
Yeah. That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Uh-oh. He is Damon Gant.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvellous performance. Yeah, that's literally just Gant.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it is a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No.
What?
Not true at all. It's true. Personally, I have committed no crimes. Absolutely not true. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that! You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Still illegal. It's called conspiracy to commit murder. Thank you very much. It's a crime.
Damn, this is just investigations too.
Oh dear. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with the prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organised group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without a doubt.
Sucks! Maybe you shouldn't have done it then!
Yeah.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. Recounts back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. I don't think that's quite true. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We've successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand... Is it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate, and by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Strongheart! Strongheart! Strong... Oh, come on, guys. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. I guess.
Have to respect the man's...
Lawyers are bastards.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. I know what we can do! Shops!
I think you might be onto something there, though, because he's presumably mentioned pulling it again. I think the game's going to give us the option to. Rienosuke.
Looks like the trial is really going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
There's really only one path left to me. Use evidence.
Yeah. Strong heart. Strong heart.
Yes, as I know him too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. This is the song! This is the song I've been waiting for! Oh, there's no volume. This is the song I've been waiting for.
Okay. Stop
What?
talking over it, then.
Sorry.
No, so carry on. Say the line, say the line.
What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
My! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked that if you had that with you earlier. You've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes. Heave!
Oh, my dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What? What? What?
He used Hairbreaker's invention.
It's Mr. Sholmes. What?
He's a hologram?
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What? What is the meaning of this?
What?
Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in iron. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. This is weird. We just go right through him.
My god. What the hell?
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Okay, yes, he just has hologram technology.
Why does he have holograms?
Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deduction.
Mr. Sholmes, you're telling me you can't make an instant transmission device is out of the question, but hologram technology before we've even discovered, like, televisions? Screens?
To be fair, one of those is a real thing. And also, I think we had television, like, what could technically be classed as television by then. It's a whole, like, well, it depends what you mean.
This is a whole century before hologram technology would even, like, and still not as good as this.
Yeah, they had brawn tubes in 1897. So technically they had television, mechanical television. The first electric television was Farnsworth in 27. Anyway, are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I've used. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this.
Oh, just some modest experimentation. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. Would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out or I swear to you! Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace! Oh my god, he's going to tell the Queen! What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
We have holograms in the... He's just moving very fast. We have holograms in the Meiji era, but in 2016 we're still using black and white photos and VCRs. Yeah!
What? What?
What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? Can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all! Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. You meddling!
This is some kind of nightmare.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty is seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. About the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
That's disrespectful.
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message for here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. I don't know why I said that in a Queen Victoria voice when it's Sholmes reading it. Well, so it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart. Darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. You do be standing like a fighting game character in idle pose, though.
Yeah? Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Oh, he broke his little stick. Oh, goodness. Wow, he's super extra guilty.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay.
What the hell? What a breakdown.
That was very much more extra than I was expecting.
That was much appreciated after the lack of a breakdown in case 3.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's a fucking great breakdown. And those words came out of Asogi's mouth. It deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
I'm not sure I would call that my favorite breakdown, but I'm not sure what I would.
Fair. I like Von Karma's breakdown. I think that's neat.
No comments breakdown.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming.
I mean, I like how extra the breakdowns have gotten ever since the game's transitioned to 3D, but I think there's some sort of... I think my favorite breakdown is still Apollo Justice Case 4.
I don't know anything about that, and I'm glad I don't. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
It pains me now that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Marok, you have always looked up to me. Now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Sogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Lint Van Zieks. Lint. Now, Strawheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like and demeanor in the proceedings. Sorry, I'm laughing at the image that Mirai just sent to the server.
Yeah?
Yeah. Have you seen it yet?
No.
You should look at it.
Oh.
It's relevant.
It is relevant. It's quite relevant.
Yeah.
Apparently. Hold on.
But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this charge, right? Amogus.
Ah! Oh.
Ah.
Oh, that was... I was thinking of Suzato, that's why I said it like that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
Oh! Hey!
Yay! Woo! May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord,
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo,
yes, my lord?
on behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. I wonder if he was screaming Strongheart's name along with everyone else.
You're too kind, my lord. First time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now. I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent, an ace attorney, if you will.
A great ace attorney.
Oh, Lord Van Zieks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. Truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Cosmo Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me to study become a lawyer. Brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a relief.
I'm well aware that without these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
As soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, darkness takes hold. From there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true.
That's the Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Oh, now the title makes sense. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere... Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zieks, not guilty.
Oh, the scales are gone. I like how they're still gone. They didn't just put them back.
Nice. That is all. Court is adjourned. Wow.
It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh. Kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. Really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well in that case... quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. I never smile. Miss Susato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Come on! You can smile for us, right?
Yeah, gang, look at that. That's close to a smile.
Mr. Naruhodo.
There.
Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness, requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here, and Kazuma's going to be very frowny.
Yeah.
Kazuma. Yeah. Miss Susato, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zieks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me. Curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. That was bothering me as well. What's that second thing?
Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. She find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps, I'm just assuming this is Sholmes, he's going to solve the mystery.
I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
It's the
What?
other great detective.
Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? Well, if you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
Or one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
A lady of the gentry?
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. Oh my gosh! Is this going to be Iris's?
It's
This is
Iris!
Iris's mother. So, is Iris Clint's daughter?
Maybe.
As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
Although I feel like Van Zieks would know if Clint was having a child.
Well, no, because it's an affair, isn't it? Maybe.
Maybe.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, is the child... Is Genshin's child.
Oh,
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah. I don't think so. Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could... Okay, no, so it is just his wife. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. Oh, maybe, like, her identity had to be kept secret in case Strongheart tried to do something.
Oh, maybe.
But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and...
No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene.
Right, I see. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere it was, an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth.
She died in childbirth, and that's what, okay.
I did everything humanly possible for her and child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into them. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept, for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years. It's made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. Newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child in my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Your brother said he confessed everything to his wife. She must have been beside herself with worry for her child. The true identity of the professor were ever to be made public.
Yeah.
The girl would forever be branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ugh.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it. I am I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. Took one look at my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. It was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Damn, you don't think you could have fucking mentioned earlier, Susato, that Iris is what your mother's name is? Especially when you thought that she was your sister. That would have been some pretty damning evidence.
Iris. I had no idea. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket hard.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ah! Yes, we can hear you!
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures.
Lord Chief Injustice?
Oh, injustice.
Runo, Susie! Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. Oh, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate, and Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. A Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl, again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could tell, but I'm losing my voice.
Yeah, I could tell a little bit.
One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly. Sir Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool.
Oh, don't be a fool. Those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon.
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, Your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Asogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must! It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home! Ah!
That time you got here, we've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It's got to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. Really,
It's
monsieur, this is
Gina,
quite...
so.
Huh?
Oh no, it's John's. I assure you will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Makotoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure, a sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
He was there. I would believe it, yes.
I say, Makotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotaba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Reno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to feel my boots.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing my copper's cobblers clobber and going back to what I know best. He said, diver's life for me.
No!
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Jenny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never going to accept a diver turned dick, is he?
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. And its theme again! Yay!
Yay!
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive, taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
Oh. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else!
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny, yes he was.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh,
Alright then, it's decided, I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Hey?
Iris?
Obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey?
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Makotaba,
Oh, that's me. Yes, Sholmes.
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh,
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
whoa, softy, Sholmes.
Okay, like, I agree with most of the principle of what's going on here, but also I feel like she should know that should get to know that she has an uncle.
Yeah, but I must confess it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, turning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. Home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family.
Kind of insulting to you, the rest of your family, but go off.
This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Suzato's room. Yes, Suzato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. The subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. Though it was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Following Suzato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's
I
why?
don't fucking care if that is a dying man's last wish. Yeah, someone has she has a right to know.
It wasn't just a dying man's last wish, it was her father's dying wish, that she never know who he was.
And still, honestly, I still don't care. She still has a right to know. Don't have a kid, in that case.
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. Stumbled upon the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville?
If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. To make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around his neck.
You know, if I was making a work of fiction based on something I didn't want found out, I would probably change the name of the family.
Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I never understood. That's why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean.
Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left a note on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
Did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too.
I withdraw my objection.
Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. He's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes, all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. By the end of it, I finally realized. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of the defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution there.
So that's the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I have! Very well, then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Susato-san.
I heard everything.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. You've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san. Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. Be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly by having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I could say it, but I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me, after all. She was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. Should both try and get some sleep. Sure, you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. If you ask me. Anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum, be ashamed of themselves. Misato-san. Thank you. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. What?
Yes, I'm saying.
Sorry.
Please. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
Oh, finally, I can rest my voice. We can rest our voices.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me and give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Plus, I mean, it would be weird if I carried two
Until we
swords
meet again,
around.
then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
She's coming with us.
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Oh, that's where she went.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Ha!
Your ship's about to leave!
Huh.
Time to go then.
Not the first time we've heard Iris'
I'm
voice.
pretty sure.
Cosmo, draw your sword.
Gonna kill each other.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Hey, the tip got fixed. Oh no, it didn't. You can see it's still slightly off.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
I think our voices were better for Sholmes and Iris.
Yeah?
That brings us to the
Yeah,
end of my
we
adventures
were
in
great.
Great Britain.
Oh dear.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those
He's
3
very
months
short.
ago. But that was just the start
He's
of my
10.
journey. Who knows?
Yeah, I know,
what
but it's
fate
just
will
funny
lead
because he has to
next.
jump.
Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in
Most
London.
10-year-olds are quite short. So what
And
I
when we're
said, if
together
anything,
again.
is even more true.
No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
Ah, it's Sholmes' Hollywood actor version.
Was alight with
This ending still hits 3 years later.
the times may change, but the steadfast friendship will remain true, we'll see. We have but to gently
This-
close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
It doesn't feel real.
Iris is growing up.
Do just that.
Post-credit scene with grown Iris?
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Good game.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
So these were all the memoirs of Iris. Nice.
Incredible that he's able to write books about stuff in Japan, the case in Japan.
Well, to be fair, Naruto probably told her about it
Yeah,
at
probably.
one point. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote simulation. Blah 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 blah. I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to book it when we're reading these lines.
Yeah.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. The darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. Words of a young foreign friend of mine. Let's stride forward towards a brighter future.
This game made me so happy too.
I agree. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z. The whole lot. He's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are going to keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Hype for Ace Attorney 7? Yeah, we're gonna have to come up with a whole new set of voices.
He's dead. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at art, but it's a good art. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's Tartar to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, a la Gregson, as they say.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad Gregson wasn't cool.
Yeah, so am I. But yeah, these games make me happy as well. It's good.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Oh, God.
Objection! A blink overstatement overruled. The minister had been detained in Britain anyway. Who is this Canis Counsel for Defense, and women are forbidden from the courtroom?
Oh, really? My friend Suzette-san is in the British courtroom all the time, and doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should engage the services of a regular legal team.
What, is Ray a lawyer now?
Well, apparently she's like, kind of, and I don't fucking know. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. That was weird.
I don't know if they could surpass these games. Ace 27. Oh, here you go.
Here I am in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. That was hard to do quickly.
I'm not sure how I would rank this game. I feel like... I don't want to say it disappointed me, because it didn't. But I'll talk about it after the credits, I
When I went
guess.
to make the waxwork impression on the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we two spells would not do.
I've built up these games in my mind for 4 years. And it just feels like... That's why it doesn't feel real that it's over. And I finally experienced it. And I feel like my expectations were, like, way too high, even though it's still a fantastic game.
Hey, everyone calls me gossip. I sell joint little tidbits passes by, you know. Hey, everyone calls me a pepino, and I sell out the spaghetti. Right under my hair. Hey, everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Jaylee, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Well, speaking as someone who didn't build them up massively, I could not say the opposite more. I think they were brilliant.
I know, I think it's brilliant too.
Excellent payoff. I think it just very unreasonable.
I know it's unreasonable.
Except on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. What, are you doing a Mogus? If I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care. Why are you doing that?
I was bored.
Oh, okay.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest what you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers, a great ace attorney, some might say.
Hey.
Hey, this other eye's filled in now. Wagahai! That's the real epilogue we needed to see.
Wagahai. I mean, go on.
I just... You know, I take it back. I take it all back.
You don't have to take it back. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. It's fine.
I mean, I don't know. What were you gonna say?
I was going to say that I really liked it. I was going to say I definitely liked it more than the other Ace Attorney game I've played, but obviously I haven't played a lot of them. But
I mean,
yeah,
I like this better than Ace Attorney 1. I think it's up there. Give it time for my opinion to settle. Yeah, so don't do a tier list right now. I feel like those two things that you said are contradictory.
I think that first one might have been a joke.
Oh, maybe.
Ah. Yeah, well, I don't think it's unreasonable for this to be better than the first one. Like, the first one was the first one. Of course they're going to improve on it. That's how that works. But I'm just saying, like, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really good, and I don't think it's... Yeah, I think once, you have time to think about it, settle more, I think you will reflect on it, and you'll be like, yeah, it was great.
You don't hold the first one as high as I used to?
I think the problem I had with the first one is the investigation always just was too much of a drag. It just didn't work. Whereas this one, I don't think there was less investigation, but it just was more engaging.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I suppose, you know, the Sholm stuff helped with that a lot.
I really do think, like, my feelings on this game are, like, really just marred a lot by my expectations. Because, by my, like, unreasonably high expectations, because right now, the way I'm thinking of it, just, like, instinctively, I feel like my favorite case was the third case, and that was the case I didn't know anything about before going into it. I had no expectations for what the third case was like.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair thing as well. I'm not being funny. But, like, for me, going into this, I wasn't spoiled on anything. So the twists, the information, working stuff out, like, all of that I got to experience, you know, as intended. I think that really helped my enjoyment of it. I think you sort of were robbed of that.
Yeah.
Which will decrease your enjoyment of it. Because I'm often a proponent of, like, well, spoilers don't really ruin games, but, like, this is a visual novel. It's one of the exceptions where I'm like, no, spoilers will ruin it. It's like, that's the only point of the game. You know?
Yeah. I think part of it is at the conclusion of the original trilogy in Trials and Tribulation. I'm not going to give any specific spoilers, but the point of, like, the conclusion of the first of the original trilogy is that Phoenix was able to discover the truth on his own without needing Mia to help him.
Uh-huh.
And I get that the point of this story is not that Ryunosuke needs to learn how to be a lawyer on his own, but that he has, you know, his friends to help him, right?
Yeah.
And I really did love the moment of Sholmes just petitioning the Queen to strip Strongheart of his power. But, I mean, that happened before in the series. I've seen that before. That's not really a new thing. The series did that before.
I will say, actually, that's one thing I will say that gives me an advantage going into this game that you don't have. Because I haven't played the other ones, nothing can feel stale. But it's my understanding, just from what I've read about the game, that a lot of what's in it is meant as, maybe this is just an excuse and they are just lazy, but it's meant as an homage to some of the stuff that's already happened. So, oh, there you go again. So, like, yeah, I guess it would be fair to find it samey. Like,
yeah.
I mean, as you say, like, I did notice that myself when it came to stuff like parallels between this and, what's it called? The fifth case and the first one.
Yeah.
No, what's it called? Justice?
In Rise from the Ashes.
Rise from the Ashes, that's it, yeah. So I think that's fair, and I think I think those parallels there. I think they were purposeful. I think there probably was other stuff as well, and that's as you pointed out, you couldn't point it out fully without spoilers. But yeah, I think you're probably right because I have heard that there is overlap.
Did Shu Takumi write the Investigations games?
No idea. Let's have a look.
Yamazaki wrote the Investigations games? Yeah. That's weird, because I feel like that's a lot of it, too, because I noticed that this final case was sort of an amalgamation of the DS-era Ace Attorney. Like, all of it, even the two that Takumi didn't write. Like, I brought the connection to the final case of Apollo Justice. There was the final case of the investigation, both Investigations games. There was the final case of the first game. Like, it all feels like a amalgamation, and it's great. It's good. It's a good case, but it all felt like amalgamation. It all felt like stuff I'd seen before, just in a slightly new way. I am forever grateful that they did localize this game, and I'm thankful that I got the chance to experience this. But
I will say one thing I would point out, kind of not like to counter that, but or like as defense or anything, but it's interesting. I mean, like, how many Ace Attorney games have there been? There's been quite a few.
yeah,
Like, there's only so many ways that you can like do this. Like we're talking like broad structure. That's the similarities. Like, there's only so many ways you can do the broad structure of a court case, a big bad. How do we resolve it? You know?
I guess. But I never really felt like that. When, like, I know most people prefer Takumi's writing to Yamazaki's writing, and like in most ways I do too. But with Yamazaki's writing in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, I never felt like he was ever retreading old ground like they did this time. But in some ways, that was also because Yamazaki kept introducing new plot points that were never foreshadowed. So, I don't know. Like, just off the cuff, I think I'd put this game as a whole. I think these would be my second favorite Ace Attorney game. This second game in particular.
Okay, and what's your favorite?
Trials and Tribulations.
Okay. And you're saying the second one specifically, so then where would you put the first one?
Oh, no, did I say... No, okay. So, this duology as a whole, I think... Not my second favorite. I think it is my third favorite.
Right.
My third favorite Ace Attorney game. The duology as a whole. My second game in particular, I think it would be in that third place, and then the first one would go 5th, 6th?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think off the cuff, my ranking would go from my favorite to least favorite. I think it would go Trials and Tribulations, Apollo Justice, Resolve, Ace Attorney. No, Investigations 2, Ace Attorney, Resolve 1, or not Resolve 1, Adventures, Spirit of Justice, Justice for All, Dual Destinies, and then put a big gap, and then Professor Layton. I don't know if I named all of them, but that's just off the cuff. My ideas.
Fair.
I'm really glad that I got to play this with you.
So am I. I really enjoyed it.
When are you gonna play Danganronpa on stream?
Yeah. When they release a version of the Switch that isn't absolute garbage.
True. Well, thanks for coming, Mirai. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great to have you.
Yeah. My voice is shot. I don't know if I should play Majora's Mask with Astral. It's already like an hour and a half past when we were supposed to start.
Oh dear.
I think I'm just gonna take a quick break and then I'll see how I'm at.
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, I for one, I'm gonna go to bed because it's 3:23 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I guess I'll think about it later and then I'll publish a tier list like you said. And then I'll get to see what went on.
Nice.
Right, bye.
Bye.
I wonder if Astral started streaming, maybe. No? Oh, Astral is streaming. Yeah, it's right. Raider. Okay. Bye, everybody. I'll be back soon.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for watching. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So, it's settled now. I think I'm gonna cry. It's over.